Yes.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Interesting. Give me just a second. So StreamYard is doing a thing. I got rid of some spam, and apparently StreamYard has decided that means I don't get to. Oops, shit. Apparently, that means I don't get to see anyone else's comments. So, Julie, real quick, do you want to introduce yourself while I refresh my screen? I may disappear for a minute. Please do not be alarmed, guys. I'm just hoping StreamYard will reset itself. So.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So my name's Julie. I have a channel called Keep Calm with Books and oops, she's gone. I hope she comes back. My channel is called Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. I talk about books, mostly books about magic, but I'm a bit of an omnivorous reader. She's back.
Yes, it worked.
Good.
Anyways.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Did I interrupt you?
I pretty much said my piece, I think, so we're good.
Beautiful.
I was trying to come up with the next thing I was going to say if you didn't
if I wasn't back.
Yeah.
And with my internet, it's always, you never know. Is she gonna come back? Is she gonna like be gone forever?
Yeah, it's not a Margaret sprint unless there's just a moment of uncertainty.
Unless if the internet's not working, I'm doing it wrong, apparently. So, anyways, thank you for joining me. What are you reading?
Margaret's excited about what I'm reading. I'm reading The Hunting Moon. I've been reading this all day.
Yes.
So I'm about at the halfway.
Isn't that pretty?
It's so pretty. And if you haven't seen underneath.
Oh, I've been all over that.
Oh, I love this. I love that they made it like the compendium and now extra pieces. So I love it. So much.
Yeah. I love the fact that because the first book is like the nightmare something, like the nightmare something like that. Yeah. And I love that. I love how that. Oh, look at that! We got more friends. Hi, long time no see.
Whoa,
your hair's so cute.
Oh, thank you. It got washed today because I may be filming tomorrow, and it tends to do what I want it to do more often if it's second day hair.
Mm-hmm.
Smart. It looks good, like wavy like that. 1 second.
Yeah. Yes, it's apparently I got this texture from my father because he also has because the way my hair works is this part's kind of wavy and very hard for me to get it to be defined and have shape, and then underneath here I have curls, like big loose curls, but they're still there, and it's like, could we make up more money?
Yeah.
So, but yes, if it behaves, I have like the perfect beachy waves.
Nice. Beautiful.
Thank you very much. Apologies, Julie. Would you like to continue?
Oh, sure. Just I'm halfway. I'm loving it. We're getting really into the plot now, so I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having so much fun.
There's one thing that like she's got to figure out. Mm-hmm. And I spent the entire book going, girl. Well, this is very obvious why he's doing these things. Pay attention.
There's a reason.
I'm like, you've read that nightmare book so many times, and yet you're missing this.
Yeah, you're missing the clues, girly pop, but you'll get there.
And she eventually will. Anyways, now what are you reading?
Today has been a day. And by a day, I mean like things have just been kind of all over the place. Like I tried to post my video this morning, thought it was fine. Then later found out that the sound was corrupted for parts of it. So like that was great. No. And then I was trying to edit and then had a little visitor. So then I was like, oh, I'm going to bed. So I've been laying down, sleep. And then I set my alarm to get up because I have cleaning and stuff to do. I set my alarm to get up at 4. Slept through my alarm. Mm-hmm. So it's just been a day. But I'm trying to read Out There Screaming.
Okay. What is this about?
I don't know. It's an anthology. It's like a collection of short horror stories.
Okay.
That is by a bunch of different authors, but I think they're all edited or something by Jordan Peele. So I'm very interested to see how these are going to go. I just started it like earlier today. I only got like maybe 10 minutes into the audiobook before I passed out.
Wow. That sounds cool though.
Yeah, very nice. Go ahead, feel free to like in the comments, y'all, let me know what everyone else is reading while I will tell you what I'm reading. I am still trucking my way through The Unfortunate Side Effects of Heartbreak and Magic. So I enjoy the world building of this book. I'm enjoying like the family aspect of this book, and now that we've got the whole family involved, it's gotten a bit better. But dear God, the romance.
That bad?
We just found out that not only is this guy that he's her first love. And he's the reason like she has a hard time. The girl has OCD. She has OCD and she has anxiety. Like, I do not need to be a psychiatrist to diagnose her with that. So she thinks that the reason that her magic is malfunctioning is that she's supposed to have 4 heartbreaks and she might lose her magic if she has all 4 heartbreaks. And he was the first heartbreak. Really screwed her up. Her brother was the second one. And she's like, oh my God, my magic, blah, blah. And I'm like, girl, your magic is fine. You just need some anti-anxiety meds. And it's very funny because she's able to recognize this in people around her. Like, she has a conversation with her brother about this. But she can't recognize in herself that, like, maybe you need therapy. Maybe you need therapy.
That feels real, though. I feel like there are a lot of people that are really good at, like, telling other people what's going on and what they need to do. But then when it comes to themselves, they're just,
Yeah. So the most annoying thing for me, and like they've handled it as best they can, but the love interest is currently engaged with a potentially pregnant girlfriend. Like, I suspect we're going to have like a Love Rosie situation. No, wait, she was actually pregnant. It just wasn't his in that one. Like, I suspect we're going to have a situation where because she's very early on. So I suspect that things might resolve because she's not. Because he's only with this other girl at this point because she's pregnant. Which, at that point, bro, just talk about co-parenting. Like, both of you are going to be miserable. That child is going to be miserable. Just, like, don't put a ring on it. It's very, like, I don't know. I'm just so frustrated with, like, them. And it's one of those things where, like, he's the one that broke her heart, but she's being really annoying. And, like, in a inconsiderate kind of way. So I'm just like, girl, I'm not rooting for you. I'm not rooting for you anymore. I just want to see what's going to happen with the family situation. So we'll see. It's like 3, maybe a 2-star, depending on how it ends.
It sounds very dramatic. It sounds like a soap opera.
Probably, yeah, it is. It really is. It was sold to me as like a cute little witchy romance, and it's not. It's very much like not urban fantasy because it's in a small town, but like that kind of like Gilmore Girls meets Sabrina the Teenage Witch kind of vibe. Only she's 28. And having the same amount of drama as a teenager. It's great. Hello, we have a Jess. How are you? Leandra's here. Hello, hello. Hello, Smokus Pocus. Welcome.
I love that name.
Right. I love that Jess is like, yes, sprints. Keep me productive. I have gotten quite a few things that I needed to get done today, so I'm very glad that we're still... This I might slow down a little bit, but I've got to get some editing done first.
Yeah,
we have... We have Alicia. This is my first reading spring of 2024. I'm reading Tender as the Flesh. Ooh,
wow.
Just started. Okay.
That's a book.
Beautiful. Ooh. Jess, I feel this. Unfortunately, it's only about 1/5 of my to-dos for the weekend. You got this. I'm sure you can knock out like 2/5 in the next 5 hours. Steph took a break to eat dinner, ready to read and watch football tonight. We'll be reading my buddy read pages of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies this evening. I'm feeling mildly left out. Like, everyone is reading this book.
Truly. I think we've seen like 4 or 5 people mention it today.
So many people. I'm like, is it me? Is it me? Am I the problem? Should I be reading this too? Sounds like I might enjoy it a bit more than what I'm reading currently. So, luckily I have a Gathering of Shadows to go into, and I know I'm going to love that book. Smocus Pocus will be continue my read for To Be Rolled Winter Setting, the Writing Retreat. Very nice.
Oh.
Hello, Elena. Hello, Purple Dragonfly. Musical Maggie has joined us. Hello. I'm going to be working on homework tonight. I spent late after stream acclimating my fish. Did that go well? I know you were working on that, and like you were like, oh no, we got to slow it down. So let me know how that went for them. Hazelnut Rambling says, hi, friends. Aoife. Go to sleep. It's 1 a.m. where you are. Go to sleep. I have zero stones to throw there, though, because I was up till 2 a.m. Hey, thank you. Hey, Rai, how are you? Cool Gamer is here. Hello. We've got Christie's Leaky Cauldron Library. I'm reading Gilded by Marissa Meyer. Keep me updated on how that is. I want to read that at some point. Lexi is here. Been working on stuff for class and hoping to get some reading done now. Beautiful. Working on chores and Marissa Meyer's Crest audiobook, 2 in 24 hours. Oh my God.
Nice.
That's a big one.
How far are you into it, Purple Dragonfly? I've definitely had some times where I'm like, okay, 24 hours, I can do this. We got this. We got this. I can't remember what the last audiobook I did that with, though. It was something in December, I think. Who knows? Hello, Sarah. I'm going to be reading House of Sky and Breath. You will be happy to know that my fish are acclimated. My new problem is that all my fish, other than my previous fish, are the same color for supply at the store reasons, and they're fast littles. Oh, no. Meaning I've been staring at my tank for 5 minutes going, I have 5 fish. Where's fish number 5? That's like, I don't know if you guys have ever tried to count a room full of small children, but that's what that feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Sit down.
I was going to say, they're always moving.
Everywhere. I spent far too long teaching at my church.
And they get behind something, and then one moves, and it's all over.
Yep. Yeah, exactly what happens. Hello, Jen. I am going to be listening to An Island Princess Starts a Scandal. What's the scandal? That's a title. I love it. By Adriana Herrera. Hello, Tina. Hope everyone's been having a good day. I've been having a good day. So far, I don't know about everybody else.
They're very mid.
I hope your day tomorrow is better.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. Brooklyn reads, hi. Yes, the Daphne Press editions of the Luminaries are just so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty. I was actually surprised I was able to get one of the Hunting Moon without having to get blood under my nails.
Yeah, it was not as competitive as I thought it was going to be to get them. I really thought they were going to be immediately gone. And they were, but not quite as quickly as I thought. Yeah.
Luminaries I had to get secondhand because I didn't know that they were doing that until they were all outsold. But Purple Dragonfly says, Nell, I can't tell if Out There Screaming is the book you're reading or a commentary.
Both.
Listen, oh my God. We all have those days where we want to go just scream in an enclosed room where no one can hear.
That was when I found out that my video didn't have sound for certain parts of it. I was so angry. Like, that really set the tone for the day because that happened like very early this morning.
It really does. It does.
I was so upset because I worked like really hard on this video. So the fact that there are like chunks of it that, I mean, it's all the spoiler parts. So like in a way it kind of worked out for people who didn't want the spoilers. Now you won't get them because the sound is gone for all of those clips. I'm just like, bro, if I had known that, I wouldn't have even bothered editing those sections. So annoying.
Are you able to go through YouTube's editor and like edit them out a little bit or no?
I could take them out altogether, and I thought about taking those clips out altogether. The problem is that being the smart editor that I was in the first place, I put stuff like in the video, like countdowns that tell you like, oh, the spoiler starts in like 30 seconds, skip to this time marker if you don't want to see them. So if I take those chunks out, that's going to change the time markers and people will be confused.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Annoying. I know. That's always so frustrating. I had one time only half of the vlog uploaded because something had happened with the sound. And Brianna texted me and was like, hey, this lets off at a weird place. Was it supposed to stop there? And I was like, no. Deleted the entire thing, had to go back, replace the footage, re-edit that footage.
I started to do that too. I was like, maybe I can just re-export it and just re-upload it because it was like early enough, like only like 5 people had seen it. I was like, I could take it down, like put a new one up. But like the actual footage itself, like something is wrong with those clips. I'm just like, great.
Oh my God.
It's bad enough when you like film something or like you think you hit record and you lose it or you don't record it. But when you go through the effort of editing it and putting it up and then it's broken, it just it just is so defeating.
Yep.
Oh.
That was the start of my day.
Such a bad. But there was a video that did that earlier this month that I was just like, okay, well, today's going to be a bad day, I guess. I'm going to spend most of today arguing with a computer.
Yep.
And nothing makes your day go like arguing with technology.
Yeah.
Tina is going to be focusing on Night Work by Nora Roberts and crocheting a sweater. Very nice. I got all of my yarn and stuff reorganized under my bed because we cleaned out underneath the bed. So everybody's back in its proper place. Found all of my missing hair ties. I'm like, do I secretly have a cat? Because how did all of these end up under here?
It's a ghost cat.
Yeah, apparently. And I'm not allergic to ghost cats. So it's welcome to stay around. Just leave my hair ties alone. Hello, Kay Simmons. Hope everyone is well. Jumping in from Leandra's, listening to Misery by Stephen King and trying to reorganize the main room. Also making sense. There is some multitasking going on here on a massive level, only able to be achieved by mothers. Sharing some sprinting joy with the like button. Thank you. No one said Winnie Wednesday was a star student when it came to seeing the world around her. She it's probably because she keeps losing her glasses.
Yep.
I'm like, girl, get contacts.
That was like the one thing that I did not imagine her character having, like before we got to the point where she was described with glasses, because I was just like, there's too many ways these are going to get broken or lost in a forest.
Or shoved in your eye. Like, I'm like, this seems like a dangerous profession to do with glasses.
Yes.
I can't remember if there was a reason that she does not have contacts. I feel like that might have been brought up in the first book, but I can't remember.
I don't know. I feel like there might have been like a plot device reason.
Yeah.
But like that was like the only reason that I can remember.
There are certain eye conditions where you cannot. It's not really the condition. I believe it is the shape of your eye where having contacts is either impossible or very painful. So I get that, but still. So anyways, but yeah, that I love that series so much. I'm gonna have to reread them. I don't think I liked the Hunting Moon quite as much as I liked the Luminaries. There was some bits at the end I think that got a little bit too rushed, but it still was like fantastic experience.
It's so fun. It's fun and it's well written and it's good.
And it's just like so good and angsty. Just like it's the perfect amount of like plot and character and angst and romance and friendship and all of that. So Maggie says, I found fish number 5. Oh no, unfortunately he was hiding from my other fish whom I accidentally tipped off to his location. Oh no. We went to the Baltimore Aquarium when I was up with my brother the other day. And it was very funny because some of the fish would be like following the people. So that was very funny. It was very crowded, so I'll have to go back at some point. I was like, yeah, we're not getting a lot of time to really look at the exhibits. Like we walked past a bunch of them because you just couldn't get up front. And I was like, I'm not fighting with all of these people. I wouldn't have done that before COVID, and I'm definitely not doing it after. So, Piper Peterson is on book 3 for the day, catching up on previous readathons for the most part. Beautiful. I need to figure out what readathons I'm doing next month.
Would it possibly be, the girl band readathon?
I am definitely doing, so I know I'm doing the girl band readathon. I know I'm doing Blackathon because I do Blackathon every year. But I have to see if there's anything else I want to do next month. February is usually a very good reading month for me because I usually do like 2 or 3 readathons. I didn't last year, but I kind of lose my mind.
There's so many happening.
There are so many. And I'm just like, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hello,
I'm kind of waiting for Paige's. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just waiting. I'm kind of waiting for Paige's video to come out, hopefully to kind of solidify if I'm participating in any more. Because then you can just kind of be like, how complicated are the rest of these?
Yes. And so I will say this here, and if it doesn't happen, we will forget that it was ever mentioned, and we'll try again another time. But I'm trying to do 28 and 28 next month because I probably can. So
next year, next month is a leap year. It's a leap year, so it's 29.
So now I have to do 28. So 28 and 29. Or 29 and 29. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm like, okay, so I need to do a lot of really short books. So we're gonna I've got some ideas for some content I want to do, all of that stuff. So I'm just, let's see, there we go. I'm just like, how are we going to do this so that I'm able to do all of these readathons, but also I'm keeping all of my books to like around 300 pages? I don't know. We'll see. All right. We said hi to Michael. Hello, Cherie. Reading An Arc of the Teacher by Frida McFadden. I believe, were you the one reading it in Leander Sprints as well? Because I know someone else was reading The Teacher. I'll keep my liver things. Oh, God. Just your sense of humor. Hello, Becca. I don't know how long I'll be staying, but I'm probably going to start Crest tonight. Love it. That one is my favorite in that series, I think. Like, they're all very good. And, like, the way everything comes together at the end of winter, you're like, that was the vision from the beginning. How? But, hello, Ro. How are you? Ooh. I have about 8 hours left on the speed I'm doing, hoping for 3 to 4 hours tonight, then 4 to 5 hours tomorrow before 9 p.m. Is that Australian Standard Time? Or, like, it's either Australian or Austrian.
Is it? Yeah, probably Australian.
It's probably Australian. Because I believe Austria gets to, like, share a time zone with a whole bunch of other people.
Or is it Atlantic?
I was going to say, or Atlantic.
Oh, that might be it. It might be Atlantic Standard Time. Okay.
Because I think it's already tomorrow in Australia, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that Australian is AEST. So, beautiful. Well, you've got this. You've got this. You can do it. Hello, Rope Crewman. I'm going to be practicing vocal exercises for the community choir I'm part of, practicing my ukulele, and reading The Last Unicorn and or some nonfiction. I was obsessed with that movie when I was a child. I was a horse girl, in case anybody did not already know that fact, when I was small. So, and I did end up, it's actually a pretty decent book as well.
I was obsessed with this book and the sequel when I was a child.
There's a sequel? There
is this the Bruce Coville book?
Yes, okay.
There's actually 4. Wow. There's a whole series. But yes, I was obsessed with the sequel as well. And my neighbor and I would, we would like come up with all these crazy like act out stories based on this book. But
Nice.
yeah, loved it.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay. Look at putting that. No, don't do that. Putting that on my want to read list. Boom. Hello, this Kiwi. Currently on my lunch break, so only going to be here for a few minutes, but I thought I'd drop by. We appreciate you dropping by. Oh, since it's a historical it's historical. The scandal is that it's a FF romance. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Gilded is actually pretty good. I'm 273 pages in. Hello, Alex. I'm going to be reading Basil and Oregano. It's a graphic novel. I feel like I have heard that of that book before. I think I want to say Ashley from Bookish Realm might have had that in her video of the graphic novels. Might be somebody else though. I cannot, but I know I've heard of people talking about it. Jess says, girl, I uploaded the unedited version of a video once. It was up for hours before someone messaged me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. I would probably die if I just be like, all right, that's it. Channel's gone. Bye.
Yes.
It's been nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Oh, because so much of my like editing out is me going, oh, that sounds weird. Let's reword that.
Yeah.
Because it just comes out weird the first time. Bethany Gilbertson, hello, starting out with crochet and a supper sprint. Love it. Good night, Eva. Good. Go to bed. Good night.
I hope you are already asleep.
Oh, she's probably already crashed. Get some good rest, Eva. Leander said, I love the idea that ghost cats don't bring with them ghosts. Oh, that might be why my allergies are acting up, though. I didn't think about that. They've always been acting up, though, so. I think I cuss at my computer louder than I cursed at a human being, and that's saying something because humans can be insufferable sometimes. I worked customer service. I still work customer service, but I worked customer service for 17 years, so I definitely probably have cussed at people, not to their faces, but I've definitely said some very colorful things when finishing a conversation with someone who was a complete and total asshole. And like, all right, anyways, good thing books never let us down, right?
I don't know. I find myself cussing at some of the characters sometimes in books.
Yeah. V.E. Schwab. She's let me down before. Call me Squishy. Hello. Unicorn Maggie says, or in my case, cannot touch eye. Have tried. Ends up with contact getting stuck in it. I know there are people that are very, like, it's very uncomfortable for them to, like, just the idea, like, and if you don't have a profession where it's necessary, why? No point. If that squicks you out, if that's something that, like, just is beyond, like, sometimes it's just not worth potentially stabbing yourself in the eye with a finger.
Or the stress.
Yes, okay, there we go. I have astigmatism, and the contacts are less comfortable for that, so I only wear them for short periods of time, but it's really ideal compared to glasses, like being outside in sub-zero weather. Yeah, exactly. And astigmatism is one of the things that I was thinking about. Oh yeah, my brother has a form of astigmatism that one of his eyes, and they told him one of his eyes is shaped differently. He's hoping he can get surgery corrected this year. Who is talking to me? Anyone important? Not anything I can deal with right now. Cherie says, yes, still reading it, want to finish it. Well, let's see if we can't get that finished, because we are almost at the end of the comments. Becca says, I started it last year and was really loving it. Then Amazing Readathon happened and I never finished it. Girl, same. Several of my currently readings are sitting there because of Amazing Readathon. So Bethany says they make a different lens for astigmatism. I only did it in one eye. The other eye has astigmatism, but not quite bad enough for the toric lens. One eye blurry, one eye uncomfortable. Yuck. Oh no.
Yeah, I have astigmatism in one eye. I think it's this eye.
Mhm.
And also my prescription is like backwards. Like one of them is like plus something and the other one is minus something, which is like weird. But I hate touching my eyes. So I tried to do the contact thing in high school. I couldn't get into like putting my fingers in my eye and stuff. Like my mom does it every day. She's like, "Oh, it's so easy. Just do it." I'm just like, "Yeah, no."
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. Thank you. No. I am lucky enough that I do not need glasses yet. Probably will at some point because both of my parents have them. But like my mom's had them since she was a kid because she got in trouble in school for not paying attention because she couldn't see the freaking board.
Mhm.
And her mom is a school teacher, so you know she raised hell.
Mhm.
So, yes, like Atlantic Standard Time's name is Brittany. I used to love having contacts, but my eyes got dried out, so I can't wear them now.
Mhm.
So, okay. All right, let me pull up our timer real quick. Let me pull down the comic because we don't need that now. Let's go ahead. Give it just a second. Oh, this is still set from the last time we did it because I think we did a 20-minute sprint. So let's change that up and we'll do 45. Save that. And I think we'll leave it on the Pretty Mountains. I think that's a good one. All right. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. What are buttons? Can't find any of them. Hello, welcome back. How did everyone else do? Oh.
Are you muted? I think you're muted, Julie.
I was muted. My astigmatism was acting up, so I did go take out my contacts. It hurt us. But then I also read to page 150 of this. So
Very nice.
good.
Oh, what is that?
Dracula by Bram Stoker in the Everyman's Library edition. Oh, I love these so much. I've got Pride and Prejudice and Northanger Abbey, I think, in this edition. And for reasons, I am doing a lot of research into vampires, and I figured that if one is going to do what I want to do with vampires, one should go to the original source.
Nice.
So, anyways, I could not open it.
That's so exciting. Did it just come today?
It came today. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm not going to be reading it just yet because I want to get some other I'm obviously going to make content out of this. So I need to get some other vampire books. But yeah.
I now have so many questions. We'll talk off sprints, but I have questions.
We'll talk off sprints.
Yeah,
yes.
Questions.
Listen, Baldur's Gate might have inspired me to do some things.
Nice.
I might have gotten frustrated with how they're writing certain parts of one character and been like, I could do this better.
I love that.
Now I have more questions.
Oh. Listen, the writing content might be making a comeback. Who knows?
Exciting.
I don't even know at this point.
I mean, it's the beginning of the year. Anything can happen.
It is the beginning of the year. So, anyways, back to how did everyone else do? Because I ate my dinner and I started porting over footage for the vlog that needs to go up on Monday.
Nice.
I
edited. What question? I'm doing the January tag, so I'm trying to edit that so I can get that up for Tuesday. And then I also need to look at my calendar because I feel like something else is also supposed to be going up next week that I haven't started editing yet, so I need to figure that out. But I'm getting close to being done with this. I think I'm on I think there's like 8 questions. There's 10 questions.
Yeah.
And I think I'm about to start number 7. So I'm close to being done.
Nice.
Good.
Very nice. What about you, Julie?
Oh, I just read and I worked on updating I started a reading journal for this year, so I'm trying to keep up with that. But, I'm a few reviews behind already, so slowly working on that.
Understandable. I probably, when I get tired of editing, I should probably work on setting up my reading journal. But, why would I do that when I could daydream about having a reading journal, not finish setting it up? So, anyways, hello, Elizabeth. No, work with me here. Thank you. Hello, Elizabeth. Excited for some sprints. Going to make dinner and get some work done. I feel that. Hey, Vanessa. Joining with 30 minutes left at 65% in The Coworker by Frida McFadden. Nice. Hi, Christy. Joining in, listening to Iron Flame. Jamie B is going to be joining in the next sprint. We'll have to get a couple of things done first, starting The Vanished Birds by Simon Jimenez. Ooh, Life in Paperback is starting. We just started Dark Matter by Blake Crouch, 50 pages in, and enjoying it so far. I need to get to that one. Yeah. That's sci-fi, right?
We are for so long. Yeah, it's a sci-fi. Yeah, I think, but it's also like kind of a mystery too. Which is why I picked it up, because Blake Crouch is the person that wrote Wayward Pines, which I haven't read the book, but I remember when the show came out, the show was so good. So then I picked Dark Matter up back in like 2022 and still haven't read it. It's sitting on my shelf. I need to read it.
That's funny. It's interesting because a lot of sci-fi has a central mystery, like at its core. Like if you think about Leviathan Wakes, the first book is a detective noir set in space. it's very interesting to see how people will take other genres and then make them science fiction.
I feel like you have to keep the reader interested. You have to have at least some element of mystery.
You do, and it also, like, quite often when you're dealing with science fiction, there is some sort of central question in regards to like technology that is going on. So it makes sense that sci-fi and mystery will be so closely tied together. But I love sci-fi and I want to read more of it. Let's see. Oh, it's Katie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Katie says, "Hi friends, gonna use these sprints to help me focus on finishing this giveaway spreadsheet so I can announce the winner. Hopefully I'll be able to sneak in some reading at the end." That's a mood. And now Katie bought luggage for when she comes to see you.
Send me pictures. I want to see.
Yay! I need to get some new luggage because mine is looking a little grody. It still works fine, but it's definitely been around for 20 years. So, hello, Brianna. Reading a rival most vile while watching football tonight. I am assuming that this is some sort of like alchemy involved thing because we're saying vile. So, like, either there's science involved or there's magic involved. It's the two.
Yeah.
Hello, Nikki. Updating my reading journal. Books and Lipstick wants to know if Taylor Swift's boyfriend is playing tonight. I think his team, I don't think they're out.
They play tomorrow.
They play tomorrow. Okay. I was going to say, I think that like they're in some sort of playoffs type situation going on.
Yep. You got it.
Brianna already answered tomorrow night. Bethany says, finished my blanket swatch. Very nice. Time to get the kiddo ready for bed next and read Ramona the Brave to her. Once she's out, I'll be reading Red Rising tonight. Read first 50 pages this morning. Love it. I need to read. That's another science fiction that I need to read.
Yeah, I definitely want to read that. I'm nervous because I've heard things, but like I still want to read it.
I've heard that it has kind of the same thing going on as, and this is they are no other way comparable probably, but as the fifth season by N.K. Jemisin, because the fifth season does not feel like science fiction at all. It feels like fantasy until you get to the very end and you're like, this is a sci-fi element. I understand now.
And that's why I'm nervous, because I struggled with the fifth season. So I'm hoping that Red Rising will be a better experience.
Well, Red Rising at least is written for a YA audience, so it should be much easier.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I hear like it's much like it's like a compelling, like it really keeps moving. So I also
I've heard that as long as you like the main characters, you're good to go. I think the only time I've heard people struggle with it is when they don't like the main characters. So, Alicia got halfway through chapter 3. Maggie finished chapter 2, started chapter 5. Finished chapter 2, started chapter 5. Super hungry despite having eaten dinner. That is why I ate dinner so early today, because usually I would wait until like 7 or 8 o'clock, but I was like, okay, so here's the thing is I get hungry like 2 hours after eating, and when I'm eating at 7 or 8 o'clock, that's too late for me to eat again without there being issues. So like if I eat at 6, when I'm hungry again, I can just make some ramen and then we're good to go. So Sarah said read 2.5 chapters. Nice. Lexi got to 51% in the engagement party and started watching Mean Girls. Okay, the original Mean Girls, or are you somehow watching?
I was about to ask the same question.
I want to go see, not go see, because it's I kind of avoid the movie theaters right now. But like I do want to see the new one. I'm annoyed that they're not going more into, oh hey, this is a musical. Like I understand that, like, oh, no one's gonna want to watch it if it's a musical. If you tell people it's a musical, people will go watch it. You will get the diehard theater people. They'll be like, you got to go watch this. They're gonna get their families involved, and like, it's better than having people walk out halfway through and demand a refund. Also worked on my planner for next week since my work schedule was posted last night. Very nice. Alicia says it's an interesting read so far. Read about a chapter and a half and then learned a new crochet skill for my sweater. Now eating dinner. I have a sweater that's been sitting on the top of that pile since not last Christmas, but the Christmas before, for 2022. Halfway down. Oops. I know I still have the pattern for it somewhere. I just have to find it. But Cherie has 3 hours left in the teacher, ready for the twist to start unraveling.
Nice.
Christy started section 3 of Iron Flame. Kay got to 46% and about to have supper. Ooh, Leandra is very excited about your reading journal.
Yes. I had commented on her setup video for, I think, her journal for this year or her review of last year that I was like, you know what? I actually have to do this year. So it's here and it's cute. So
it's very funny. I do believe that Leandra, you and I have the same reading journal as yours also scribbles that matter, because I also have the dark purple with the yellow elastic. So anyways, I love it. Oh, Brianna says you should do a flip through video. It will pop off. Everything is content. Yes. Based on the numbers I've been seeing from Brianna's own video, you should definitely do a flip through. That's part of why I'm trying to finish mine. I'm like, I should do this now.
Yeah. See if I can squeeze it in somewhere somehow and figure out how to film it, because I don't have like an overhead setup. So
yeah, I have definitely done some odd things with my tripod to make those work.
Yeah.
So I think the thing that I did the last time that ended up working well, I just never got around to editing the video, is I put my camera on my tripod, and this only works, and then you're able to aim the camera straight down. And so I worked on my reading journal, and then flipped all of the footage so that it was right side up. So
okay.
Life in Paperback says it's a sci-fi thriller kind of thing. It reads super fast, in my opinion. Lovely. Hello, Carissa. Hey, I'm currently reading Misery by Stephen King. We have somebody else who's reading Misery, right?
Yeah, they're reading it together. Christina and Carissa are doing a buddy read of it together.
Nice. Has anyone read All the Little Raindrops? I am afraid I have not heard of that.
Somebody was just talking about this book. I don't remember who it was. I had never heard of it until maybe like either this week or last week. I had heard of it for the first time because somebody on some sprint was talking about it, but I don't remember who it was.
By Mia Sheridan.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it looks like it's a thriller.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Oh, interesting. It's a chilling story of the abduction of two teenagers, their escape, and the dark secrets that years later bring them back to the scene of the crime.
I like it.
I've read real life fiction, not real life fiction, but like memoirs of people who've had that happen.
Oh, wow.
But hello, I'm reading A Soul to Keep by Opal Rain, a retelling of Beauty and the Beast. Supposedly he never changes back. There's a Donna Jo, she's a YA author. There's a Donna Jo Napoli author or book that is Beauty and the Beast doesn't change back. So, anyways, Brianna says it's cozy queer fantasy that was sold as the tavern the D&D characters come to between the quests.
Nice.
Okay.
That sounds fun.
The Lions play tomorrow, and I hope that they win. Let's see. Red Rising went a totally different direction than I was expecting, but I wasn't mad at it. Red Rising is set on Mars, but it gives Hunger Games vibes for me so far. I will let you know as I read on. Yeah,
I've heard that too.
Oops, sorry, no?
No, I was just saying, I've heard that too, that it gives Hunger Game vibes.
Yeah, from what I understand is you don't really understand that, like, if you don't go into it knowing that you're in space, you wouldn't know that you're in space. Original one is available on YouTube with ads right now.
Nice. I might have to watch that tonight. I was gonna watch it like last week when I went to go see like the new one. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go home and watch the old one now, and then I went home and fell asleep.
Sometimes you just gotta go home and fall asleep. I mean, sometimes that's what happens. So, Carissa says, I have a sweater that I need to finish the sleeves on, but I've been super lazy. The sleeves on this sweater kind of scare me. Yes, I was working on a genre blanket. We're not going to discuss it any further. At some point, it will be finished. I love the yarn and pattern for true crochet sweaters, but I'm too scared to get started. Yeah, I went with a super simple one. That was supposed to be really good for beginners. And from what I have done so far, it's really easy as long as you can keep count.
Mm.
I have a friend that's starting cross stitch, and she sent me, we were talking about like different things, like mentioning crochet and other stuff and different needle point stuff. And so she just sent me that TikTok that's, if you're thinking about starting crochet, you need to be prepared to ask yourself, can I count? And am I okay with the answer being no? Because the answer is always no. Oh, okay. Says Julie, Brianna says Julie watched Cassie flip through. She didn't do an overhead view. Interesting.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Add that to my watch later list.
I honestly love the thickness of the pages on these. Like, it wouldn't work for my everyday bullet journal because I want to fit as much stuff in as possible. So, but if you're somebody who likes to like do watercolor in your bullet journal and things like that, they actually, I believe they would hold up a little bit better. Oh, Elizabeth said, I'm not loving it. I actually wanted DNF it. Was curious if anyone else had read it.
Oh.
I'm not trying to show trying to throw shade, Margaret. I was just trying to remember who was doing blankets and not. I was thinking about starting a new one today. That's as far as it has gotten. Because I did clean. I was like, I have all of this yarn. I need to sit down and actually finish this. But ooh, that's cool. The pattern I'm using is the same stitch that you use for granny squares. Okay, nice. Somebody had like a duster you can make, like a duster sweater out of, it's actually Tunisian crochet almost. And it's like you just do a bunch of different squares, and then you link them together, which was very interesting. Counting is the issue, and I am a math teacher. No, I can't. Like, even when I think I've counted correctly, it's 9 times out of 10. It's like, no, you did not. You thought you knew you did. You thought you knew what numbers were, but actually, secretly, there are other numbers.
Crochet only knows the numbers, and you can never know what they are. Because
I swear, sometimes I think like the stitches just multiply themselves, you know. So I'm crocheting a duster type sweater for my sister. It's various squares with a few odd shapes, so it's not too boxy when assembled. Crochet can be fudged though. Yes, and that is why I haven't tried anything big with knitting yet, because I haven't figured out how to count with knitting very well. Crochet is so much easier to count. So much easier. So knitting has been my downfall.
Yeah, I haven't tried knitting yet.
I like it because it uses less yarn. And like, it's very fun to do. I just am like, counting, I can't. If I'm feeling perfectionist, I frog, but mostly I fudge. I don't know, I haven't been doing crochet long enough, so at this point, anytime I like screw up and if I can't figure out a really easy way to fix it, I just frog the entire thing. So yeah, crochet works up so much faster. I've been working on the same knit blanket for years. See, if I was better at the whole knitting thing, I would try knitting my blanket this year, but I'm not. Brianna says, for my blanket, after the first row, you don't even have to. So Brianna, here's the thing, is that I end up skipping stitches, and then it ends up doing this thing. And I don't want it to do that thing, because I'll skip a stitch, and then I'll lose, and it doesn't do this. It just ends up doing this.
Yes.
That's not a blanket, that's a banner. Ooh, it's like 60 and wide, and it'll be awesome once I finally get around to finishing it. Nice. All right, let's pull up the timer, and this time I promise I'm going to at least read some. I need to get through. How much longer do I have in this book? I have to be closer to the end. 63%, so I've got like 5 hours. It's fine. I'm fine. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we have Aniva joining us. And Jess is back. I muted the last chatty bit because the book was getting to the good parts. Finished reading, rated the book, and finished the filming the end of the reading vlog. Good for you. Love it. How did everyone else do? I read 27 pages, and I have started the rough edit of this vlog. So there's that. How'd y'all do?
Good. I read the whole sprint.
Yay!
And Winnie is trying to say no very, very hard, but she's very, very failing, and it's very, very funny.
She's so bad at it. One of the things I really liked about that book is, like, I feel like a lot of YA books that are kind of similar or like would have been written like that 10, 15 years ago would not have focused as much on the friendships. And this really does focus in on the friendships and Winnie becoming a part of the community again.
Mm-hmm.
And I really appreciated that. Like, I liked that part.
Yeah, and her conflict about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just she's like, yeah, the like conflict about it is so, I think, interweaved so well. Yeah.
So, how did you do now?
I am almost done with this video. I think I'm on like the last question or the second to last question. I got distracted because my best friend is trying to like get into skincare. So she keeps like sending me like, oh, should I buy this? Should I use this? And I had to like look it up and like look at the ingredients and stuff to be like, no, don't buy this. No, this is not good for you. Like stuff like that. So I have to keep like stopping editing to help her. But I will be done for sure with this during the next spring.
Yeah. Beautiful. I don't know if that will be the case for me, but I did get a good chunk of it done while listening to my book. So, nice.
Yeah, I can't listen to a book and edit at the same time. I don't know how you do that.
I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying in the edit. Like, I literally am just like, okay, oh, I repeated something. Let's go back. Because this is just to kind of get rid of the weird, awkward pauses. So I'm listening for when I stop talking. I'm listening for repeated words, and that's it. Typically, I'm not listening to an audiobook while I do this. Like, I'll watch a YouTube video or something. But I'm trying to finish this, like, reading for 24 hours challenge, which is going better than the last one because the last one took 3 weeks. But I think we might be doing another one here eventually.
Nice.
If at first you don't get the 24 hours done quickly enough, try again.
Mm-hmm.
So, Maggie has convinced myself to focus long enough to get to page 114. Quite proud of myself. It's actually interesting. Very nice. Life in Paperback wound up reading some 40-some pages. This one is going fast. We love it. Hello, what you reading, Mom? Jess. First sprint was a shower sprint. The second sprint was a scrolling sprint. Listen, if you can use the sprints to theme things, do it. Like, cycle through stuff. Hazelnut got 14 pages of The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. What are you thinking of that, Hazelnut? I may be interested in the movie. I don't know how I feel about, like, the book. Because it's very funny because, like, I've heard a lot of, like, stuff. There are people that really like the book that I trust. And then there are people that really don't like the book that I also trust. It's like, oh no. So Cherie, yeah, I have no words for the teacher and I still have 2 hours. Oh boy. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That does not bode well.
Was that good or bad?
Yeah, is it like, oh, this is so good I'm speechless, or I can't even. Hello, Jimstone Jasper. Hi, I ate dinner, finished a story, and started Good Girls, Bad Blood. Very nice. Oop, update. Littlest Fish has discovered she can fit behind the filter, and she loves it. Aww. Love that. Almost done with this giveaway. Good for you. Ate dinner, got to page 119. Oop. Life in Paperback said, I just started this book today, and I'm already at page 114. Listen, if you just keep trucking away at it, and a little bit of progress is still progress, man. Even if it's only a few minutes of reading. So the script before this one, I was like, oh, I probably have 5 minutes left, but I can listen to the book for 5 minutes. And I totally was gonna do it. And then I looked down and I was like, oh no, I have 30 seconds. I have one more, like a minute. I was like, I have enough time to sprint downstairs, get water, and sprint back upstairs. So this time I made the refreshments at the beginning of the sprint. Okay, what else do we got? Call Me Squishy got to the chapter 8 in A Curious Beginning by Deanna Rayburn. Candy, I got to 82% of Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies, hoping to finish the next sprint. Very nice. Carissa, I read maybe 10 pages, and then I started watching the Packers game. Okay. Ooh, Neva. Trying to finish Haunting Adeline. How are you feeling about that, Neva? How's that going for you? I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of the Weirdo Book Club? She started out on TikTok. I met her at BookNet Fest last year. And she just does the funniest snarky reviews, like kind of in the vein of Rachel, Over It Reads with Rachel. And she has one for Haunting Adeline that just went up. She had a time with that book.
Is that the first book or the second book?
I think it's the first one.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, it's book 1.
Okay.
Yeah, she's read some like she'll basically like read some of the dark romances that are a little bit more questionable. Because some of them are just like, there is no way, shape, or form that this is defensible. No. So like I totally get the desire for dark romance. At the same time, sometimes you read one and it's like, I think you actually needed to unpack that in therapy, honey. So, but she's worth a look if you're interested. If you need someone to see, if you're having a time with it, Neva, check out her books or her reviews because she has some. Cases, I read about 25 pages, finished supper, did some sprint hopping, and checked in on the game. Hello, Carly. Welcome. Oh, Cherie is getting some diamond painting done. Sirvasha read a couple of chapters of Jade City. Loving this book so much, about 100 pages in. I keep hearing about this one. Like, I've known it was around for a while, but, like, I keep hearing about it, and I'm hearing about it in a way that makes me think that, like, maybe it's time for me to finally pick it up. You know? Maybe it's time to get off the TBR finally. Hello, Danielle. Hello, Jamie. Just joined. I'll be switching between working on job apps and reading The Violin Conspiracy for a read-along. Yes, we love it. We don't love that you're having to apply for jobs. They should just give you a job. But we love that we're helping you be productive. Oh no! Oh, that's sad. I know that's a risk when you're acclimating fish. I know that is a risk, but that's such a bummer. Hazelnut said, it's certainly an interesting read. I'm liking it so far. My boyfriend says that while it doesn't make what Snow has done okay, it humanizes him as a character in a way. Interesting. It's very funny because there's a lot of discussion right now about the movie and the fact that so many people are missing the fact that, like, the movie, at least, it's not supposed to humanize him. It's supposed to go, anyone you know can be a fascist. Like, it's literally supposed to be going like this, like, it's so easy for people to get and seem like a decent person. So that I'm interested in it from that kind of lens, to see how well she did that. But I also really want to reread the original Hunger Games, so we'll see. Got little ready for bed and read half a chapter of Ramona the Brave during that sprint. She had a rough time with her eardrops tonight and misses her brother, so it was a lot of tears. Oh no. My brother used to get really bad ear infections when he was littler. It's been a fun time. You'll get all of my thoughts in the vlog soon. Yep. Hunting Adeline is the second. Yeah, I definitely... Oh my god, I can't remember what her name is. I know her name. We spent so much at BookNet Fest together. I know her name, but I can't remember what her name is. Definitely check out her video on that if you're interested, because it is fucking hilarious. Got to part 2 in House of Sky and Breath, so I decided to make that my stopping point for the night. That seems wise. There will be times I'll be like, this is the end of a chapter. Good night. Like, yep. I know some people cannot stop if they're not at the end of a chapter. Like, they have to get to... I'm fine, like, stopping halfway through, but sometimes you're just like, no, let's go. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jamie I did get a few pages in the sprint. Also took a long hot shower because our plumbing is finally fixed enough to have the water back on. And I found my missing H hooks. Oh, look, where had they gone? I mean, I totally get how that can go missing. I've definitely misplaced some of not my hooks. I think everything's in a bin now, but actually no. I think my H hook is the one that I went out and I bought another one because I couldn't find my original one that I got. And I was like, oh, I must not have gotten one. And then I go and I get a new one. And I'm putting it away several days later. I was like, you motherfucker. There you are. So, Elizabeth has about 193 pages left in the book. Beautiful. Read 2% of Soul to Keep. Nice. I definitely read that as 2% of Soul to Sleep. So, Jimstone says, doing some work on my computer during the chatty bits, but I have to wear a splint while doing any hand wrist work, so it's really hard to type. I'm not used to them yet. I don't know if you guys saw me on Leandra Sprints on Saturday, but I had a wrist brace on for several days while I was at my brother's. And I wore it, I think, until yesterday because it's not hurting anymore. It's fine. But, like, trying to type, especially on my phone, because, like, I already have a hard time reaching across my phone. You can't see that. Reaching across my phone. Like, my hand is small. But then my wrist brace adds, like, a half inch. So I'm, like, able to reach, like, here.
Oh, no.
I get why they're making phones bigger, especially with as much as people are watching stuff on them. But I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Small phones.
They're getting too big for my hand. That's part of why I finally ended up replacing my phone, is because it was breaking and the person was like, well, we have a phone right now. Like, the current version is the size that you have. We can get you a smaller one. I was like, yes, okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, Carly says, I somehow avoided spoilers for Ballads of Songbirds and Snakes. I did not read the book, but saw the movie with a friend. It's very clear that he made all the wrong choices and his justifications for what he did weren't acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the ooification of sad white boys that Twitter loves to do. I want to read and watch it at some point, but who knows when that will be. Same. Definitely, I can't even. I'm like gasping and shaking my damn head. This one is really dark. Oh, man.
Oh.
Are her books usually dark? I don't know. Have you guys read any of her books? I've heard of her. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Are her book? Do you know? I can't talk. Shirley, is this your first book reading by Frida McFadden? And is it usually this dark, or was it like exceptionally dark? Oh, she just got tubes and had tonsils and adenoids out, so it's been intense. No more fingers crossed, no more ear infections. Yeah, that is no fun at all for a kiddo. It's also been exciting to fly through a book after I DNF'd One Dark Window for being a total snooze fest after 100 pages.
Interesting. I heard good things about that book, so I'm surprised that you're saying it was a snooze fest.
I mean, not every book is for every person. Sometimes, like there have been books, definitely been books that I thought were very interesting and like engaging, that people were like, oh my God, nothing happened. And like it really comes down to personal taste with books.
Yeah.
But this is my 6th book from her, but this one is definitely pushing the limits. But I am invested in getting to the end. Oh, we know that.
That's good though, because I feel like when I hear people talk about Frida McFadden, a lot of people that have read like multiple books by her feel like once you've read one, the other ones are kind of like lacking. It's not like they get better over time. It's kind of just like you just know what to expect from this author now. Like almost like there's a formula. Once you've read a couple, like, you kind of know how it works. So the fact that Cherie is like, oh, this one is like it's pushing the limits, like it's doing something different that the other ones aren't doing. I think that's going to be really good for people that are fans of that author.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a hard one because you have to be careful sometimes with like, are you going to make it an interesting experience for your current readers, or are you going to drive them away? Because sometimes that can happen. That can be a part of the risk. So let's see. Nice. The parameters are beautiful. So I'm confused, but that is the internal state of the fish keeper. I mean, I would imagine that with something so small, even just and I'm totally talking out of my ass here, probably even just like the moving of it is enough to stress out the system, and maybe it just wasn't a very strong fish to begin with. I don't know. Let's see. Jamie says I keep most of my hooks in a single pouch, which is great. Which is great until that pouch gets left under a robe with the water off. I didn't need it, but when I was gathering my shower things, I found the hooks. I've done that. The number of times, because I don't know if you can tell, but I put my clothes on the back of this chair if they're like worn, but they're not dirty yet. The number of times I have lost items and then been cleaning this off and like, oh, look at that. So let's see. The writing wasn't good enough to carry One Dark Window through the nothing happened bits, in my opinion, and the characters were underdeveloped. Okay. Hey there, we were literally just talking about you. Anyways, yeah, we were just talking about what is her name? You know her name. Weirdo Book Club. We were just talking about her and like talking about how if you like people like your content, she's a good person to follow. Only good things. I would only ever say good things about you. You could probably track me down. No, I'm kidding. Cherie says exactly no. Well said. That is exactly how I feel reading this from her other books. Okay.
Good.
I probably have 8 H hooks now because I managed to lose all of my H hooks in projects in my stash a while back. So I bought an extra 5-pack of just H. I need to buy a 5-pack of K next. I think H and G I have multiples of because I didn't want to have to like switch my hooks out between projects, and like I had multiple projects that would call for that same hook. So yes, I have a cube shelf that all of my knitting and crocheting things go. I have one of those now too. Not all of them because my yarn won't fit there and my projects won't fit there. But it is a nice place to store the little bin that I haven't been able to figure out where to put. Natalie! Yes! Natalie! That's her name. Sorry, it's Saturday. She's fantastic though. Carissa says, I have been prone to losing things when I was younger. I cannot tell you how much using the concept of a landing place has helped because I know where my keys are. I used to never know my wallet. I don't have a landing place for, so I'm always looking for that. But I know where my keys are, and that's life changing. Oh, Becca's back! I can be at your place in 40 minutes. Oh, please come. I'm lonely. You're welcome anytime, Rachel. I would not suggest bringing the kids just yet because this house is not like I need least 30 minutes notice, but you're always welcome. We are not child-proofed. So, I mean, at least her kids are old enough that, like, I wouldn't have to worry about them falling down the stairs. I had a friend, she came over with her, like, 3, I think Nicole was 3, and then Michael was a baby. But Nicole was just old enough where she knew how to walk up the stairs, but still young enough that, like, you couldn't entirely trust her alone on the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely found her halfway up the stairs at one point. So, Becca is back. Okay, Purple Dragonfly says, Canadian here, and I find it so funny that even hooks are discussed differently in U.S. measurements. We go by millimeter sizes, although some do have letters on them. I think all of mine have both the letter and the millimeter, which is very nice because that means that regardless of who's doing the pattern, you can figure out what you need. It is very interesting to me that, like, we have letters and millimeters for crochet hooks, but knitting needles are fully by millimeter as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So, anyways, how about we do another sprint? We're here for a, you know what? We're here for a bit. So let's make this one a nice long one. And maybe I'll get the rough edit of this done and be able to read something that I want to actually read.
Sounds good.
Instead of this disaster book. Oh my god. Oh, like, on the one hand, I cannot fault the main character for continually going back to the big problem that she has and harping on it continually internally, because I do that. But at the same time, if she talks about the fact that she's about to lose some, like, she can't stand to have another heartbreak one more time, I'm going to throw the book out the window. I'm like, girl, stop complaining and do something about it. So anyways, Carissa says, I want to get some crochet hooks that have both the letter and the millimeters, but the ones I want are pricey. I have the Boye. It's Boye. I don't know if it's Boye or just boy. But those are the ones that I have. I got them from Michael's. But yeah, Michael's has some that are like that. I don't know of any other specific brands. They're relatively inexpensive. I can't remember how much I paid for them, but I got a whole kit. All right, good night, Sarah. I'm probably going to sign off to go lay down. I hope you'll have a great rest of your sprints. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you the next time. The ones I want are from Furls. I have not heard of that, but I'll have to look them up. Very nice. All right, let us. 3, 2, 1, let's go. I'm just trying to pause the audiobook by pausing my computer. Hit the space bar. Okay, so how'd y'all do?
Good. I got to page 222. So
Okay.
And cleaned up the kitchen. So.
Okay, not bad.
Mm-mm.
Love 222. How far into it is that? That's got to be close to because it's not a long book.
No, I have what? It's like less than 100 pages, I guess.
Okay.
So, yeah, getting close to the end.
Very
Are those
nice.
edges free?
Sorry.
That was 38 pages for me.
Are your edges free?
Yes.
Oh, very pretty.
Yes. This is a very pretty edition.
Yeah.
Yep. How did you do now?
I put dinner in the oven, so that's cooking.
Okay.
I finished my video, so that's done. So now I can actually read.
Nice.
I love how sometimes reading sprints is like 90% just getting to a point where you can actually sit down and read a book. So, and what are you picking up? You said Out There Screaming, right? Okay. Very nice. Yeah, I finished definite content warnings for suicide or suicidal ideation because we definitely had a moment with that in this one. Also, my theory about what's going to happen with the love interest has been confirmed. Like, the characters don't know it's been confirmed yet, but I know it's been confirmed. I'm like, oh, we're pulling a Glee. I've seen this film before. So, anyways, I've got this much left, and then I'll be done with this mess.
You'll finish.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's
you're
how
close.
you do it. So, let's see how everyone else did. Jamie said I have a lot of Boyd's hooks, but I really prefer to use the Bates hooks. I'm gradually collecting Bates styles in all the sizes. I have no thumbs, and I hold everything a bit to really like the sharp. I like the sharper hook. Yeah. I don't know how much it was like because the one I tried was one of the ergonomic ones. I just I couldn't get used to because all of the ones that I have they've still got a nice point on them, but the fact that the hook was flat and it was just really weird for me that I couldn't get around it. Hello, Amal. Currently reading Center Ice, 14% and loving it. Vanessa just finished The Coworker, 3.5 stars. Okay. It's the same rating that Cherie gave it. Let's see. Yes, the hooks are completely different shape. My first hook one was one like that, so I find them easier. Yeah, and I started with a different type of hook. So it just was weird for me to get at, it's not like I couldn't have done it, but it was slowing me down and I was getting frustrated. So I was just like, no. The furls ones are so pretty. However, I bought one of the resin ones and it broke when I dropped it on my hardwood floor. So I stick to the ones made from metal, ideally. Okay. Chris says hi. I am a very intelligent person, but Frida, of course, makes me throw away my 3 degrees. Because of what? I'm going through it, y'all. Oh my god. We all have an author that's done that to us.
For sure.
Or a book. It's just like what I would get. You feel like you're sitting in kindergarten class while they are just teaching you things through their books. I love that. That's hilarious. Oh, Rope Crewman came back. Kind of fell into hyper focus mode with my music practice, but I left the live stream on. But yeah, I also read a few chapters in my books. Very nice. Bethany read 2 chapters and I'm too tired, but my head is spinning. I can tell this book is going to be I'll be binge reading tomorrow. but she's headed off to bed. I am sure you're gone, you're out, but thank you for joining and have a good night. Sleep well. Like I disappeared. I finished watching Mean Girls, drove home from my mom's, and got 59% in Dead Zone by King. Took a shower. Nice. Took off all my makeup and got a chapter of The Odds read and edited. Yes, I'm up to 25 minutes on my vlog, I think. And it started out at 50, but it's going to be less because I'm cutting out like the big long pauses. So I don't know how much is left. But last I checked, it was like 47. So
Nice.
I made it to 176. Can I read 150 more pages tonight? We shall see. You've got time. You've still got another, hold on, 3 hours, almost 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you want to go to bed at a decent time. That's if you want to go to bed at a decent time. Is there anyone worse than book people at going to bed on time?
Probably not.
Probably. Maybe gamers?
Maybe.
I definitely have stayed up very late playing Baldur's Gate some nights. So Lexi Rosary said also will probably be up for many hours now too because I tried one of the energy drinks that got delivered to my mom's house and it contains 200 milligrams of caffeine and I drank the entire thing in 15 minutes. Lexi, why would you do that to yourself?
What was it called? What brand is it? Because I know I can't drink Monsters because Monsters make my heart beat so fast that I feel like I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I tried energy drinks way back in the 2010, 2011 when I was driving an hour back and forth to Lakeland for college. I did 2 semesters at Southeastern University and then dropped out because I was like, I don't need a second degree. We don't need to do this. I don't need to be in this much debt. And that's what's going to happen. But which probably was for the best because it was a Christian college and I was a few years away from starting to deconstruct. So they literally had a course where you just sat down and they taught you Dave Ramsey and you were required to take it.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, it was a good fun time. But I did the 5-hour energy. There was one time that I was just like, I am so tired. And nothing I was doing was working. So I stopped at the gas station and got one of those and I drank a little bit of it and it got me back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened to it though. So, okay. Jess says, finish chapter 1 of Death and Heels and call my sister about something that happened in the book because it was too cute. Now about to go make coffee. Very nice. I don't know if I'm going to make it through the audiobook before the library takes it back. You have it till 9 p.m. tomorrow. So if you really, really, really are good about it tomorrow, you might make it.
Yeah, how much time do you have left on the book versus how busy are you going to be tomorrow?
So it goes back to them at 8 p.m. our time.
That's a lot of time, depending on how much you have left to read.
Yeah, you've got at least somewhere in there 8 hours left, to finish that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, if you're really close to the end and you just don't pause it, they'll let you finish reading it after it's supposed to be turned in, or at least Libby will. I don't know that by experience. No. Definitely haven't had that happen.
Mm-hmm.
I actually held on to a Libby book, not even on purpose, but it actually worked out because I just so happened to be vlogging the book. But I held on to a book by accident because I had switched phones. And so the old phone no longer had cellular data and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I had gone to work and I brought the old phone with me because I was like, oh, I'm going to listen to my audiobook. not realizing that I don't have data on this phone, so I can't listen to it. Because I already had it, it was already downloaded, and it was never connected back to data, it was never connected back to Wi-Fi. Libby never took it back, so I was able to still listen to it. So I've heard that if you like turn your phone on airplane mode or like disconnect from your cellular and Wi-Fi, they might not be able to take it back.
Yeah, they can't. If you were to download it and then turn it on airplane mode, because they have to, their system has to communicate.
Mhm.
So you might, if you get close to the end, you might be able to do that, Purple Dragonfly. Just like download it, turn it on airplane mode, and go from there.
Yeah.
It did, take the time, the last few minutes to finish. So Kay got to 58% and checked on the game, saw the preview for the Bob Marley movie, and reached my daily step goal and worked on a journal. So much stuff was done in 60 minutes. Good Lord. You just going for it. Good for you. Jamie got 64% into my audiobook, This Sick Sweetness by Patricia Highsmith. Gemstone got 7 to chapter 7 in Good Girl Bad Blood. That's 17%. Kitties are demanding dinner, but they still have an hour. It's so funny how many cats will try to get, and dogs will try to get dinner an hour early, and it's like, babe, you know, and I know, it's not time yet. Like maybe you need that clock you'll have for toddlers. It's like when it turns green, that's when you get. Jamie, I actually got some reading done that sprint. 12 pages of the violin conspiracy. Also submitted 2 more job applications, so I'm up to 9 today. Good for you. That means you have 1 more, right? You just got 1 more that you have to submit today. You got this. You got this.
Tomorrow.
That's so many. That's great.
See, I have had to go to plastic hooks because the metal hooks were aggravating my arthritis in my hands. I understand that. Minor Susan Bates plastic. Okay. That's good to know, though. Call Me Squishy got to chapter 13. I was honestly surprised. I'm actually enjoying it. I haven't had much luck with historicals, and this is like a historical mystery with banter between the 2 main characters. Ooh. We love banter. Did y'all see the lady that was on TikTok complaining? I don't know if you guys have read The Cruel Prince, but complaining about the fact that there was no banter in Cruel Prince.
I haven't read it.
I haven't read it either.
We didn't read the same book. I don't know what book she read, but it was not Cruel Prince. She's like, there wasn't any banter. And then apparently she didn't realize it was YA, so she was expecting spicy scenes. I was like, babe, that's the next book, number 1. Number 2, it is YA. So, Jean started watching Love Again, a movie with the guy that plays Jamie in Outlander and Nick Jonas's wife, special guest Celine Dion. Oh, we love it. I'll be honest, I cannot keep the Jonas brothers straight. I don't know who's who.
It's easy to remember. Kevin is the one that's irrelevant, though no one pays attention to.
I know. Yeah.
He's a rock star, and Nick is my husband, so it's so easy.
The only thing I know is that Joe is the one that dumped Taylor Swift and Sophie Turner. But if you ask me to point, I mean, I could pick them out of a lineup. Okay, so then that means Nick is the one that. So it's Priyanka Chopra.
Mm-hmm.
Priyanka Chopra is the one that's in the movie. I love her. I saw her in. Okay, is she the one that's? No, she may not be. Okay, hold on. Pride and Prejudice. No, that was Aishwarya. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of somebody completely different. Ignore that. Sarvasha says, feeling like another night staying up way too late reading Jade City. Literally cannot put this book down. Well, we'll be here while you stay up. At least for 1 more sprint. I will. Lexi says, well, I don't work tomorrow, so I could be up all night, and I already have a problem with my heart rate, so it makes little difference if I consume caffeine at this point, as long as I don't. Everything will be fine if I just sit right here. I understand. My heart already spikes up to 170 and my blood pressure bottoms out if I stand or move too quickly. So as long as I just sit here, I'm fine. Okay, good.
Sounds perfect for reading sprints.
Good thing. Brianna tells me I should try energy drinks again. I found a small Red Bull in the afternoon, helps my focus. Gotta love the ADHD. I actually have started, that's why I started drinking tea in the afternoon with caffeine. So like I didn't realize that was like what was helping me focus, but I always kind of felt that like taking a pause in my day, making myself more tea, drinking the tea. That apparently sugar can also help if you're having a hard time focusing. I wish that I would have learned about Dave Ramsey in high school. I think he has some really good fundamental ideas about like the idea of having an emergency fund. Great. The idea of, what debt to pay off when. Great. His idea that you should have no joy in your life and you need to work 3 jobs until all of your debt is paid off. Terrible idea. Hate it. And it makes you miserable, like truly makes you miserable. He also like refuses to acknowledge how much costs have happened, like changed. And he's also a terrible person. So like the amount of stuff that has come out about him making his workplace super toxic is just insane. Lovable Reader says, I know that a lot of people a lot of people are sprinting on Sunday. It's a popular day. Lexi says, besides caffeine really helps mellow out ADHD, and I drink an energy drink at work at least once a week when I have to deal with squirrel brain, doctor. Oh God. I don't know that I want that to be my doctor. So I found like there is a limit on when I can drink caffeine because it doesn't make me hyper. It doesn't wake me up. I've drunk coffee before when I used to work at Chick-fil-A because like there would be mornings I was just dead. And I was like, okay, I might as well try this. It worked once. But what I did notice is that if I do caffeine way too late, I do have a harder time falling asleep. It's the only way that it affects me. Mm-hmm. Like I'll just be lying in bed going, I don't know why I'm awake. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, put your plane in airplane mode. Put your phone in airplane mode. I would hope your plane is in airplane mode. If it's not, you got a problem. Is it a transformer? Apparently we're talking about transformers now. Anyways, put your phone in airplane mode right before it goes back, and you'll get a little more time. Yeah, I mean at some point you'll have to connect. 20% of Ruthless Vows, hoping to finish tonight. So maybe if I'm not going to make it, put it on my dinosaur iPod and hook it up in my car. All of my tech is old, so I just have to get out of Wi-Fi. I totally understand that. My favorite dinosaurs are Mario and Luigi. Hey, wait a minute. Let's see. Usually the kitties start begging 3-ish hours before meal snack time, but it's been so cold and dreary they've been napping more lately. They just woke up during that sprint. Oh my God. Pretty for Neva is sprinting later tonight too. I can look into that and see and pull that up. I know she was sprinting last night and apparently it got not safe for work.
Yeah.
I want someone to explain to me what happened, but I don't need to go watch. I am assuming that we had the ridiculous conversation a la the fingerling potato conversation from, was it Realmathon that happened? But God, that was so long ago. So Gemstone Jasper says they were trying to get my obedience by knocking everything off the coffee table. Cats, man. Sounds like they're just like mad at you right now. Jessica has joined us. I'm reading The Reformatory. Very nice. I've had a heart problem since I was in elementary school. I've learned to adapt to it a long time ago. I mean, yeah, when you learn. The number of things that like I'll tell completely different issue, but like the number of things I'll tell people about my allergy and they'll be like, and I'll be like, it's fine. I'm fine. It's great. Like we're not even in a point, but like, just so you know, like I'm going to go grab some Benadryl, but we'll be fine. Like it's like you very rarely realize how different your life is, you know, when you've been dealing with something your whole life. It's like, yeah, I got this. It's fine. Jamie says, next genre blanket, I need to add an audiobook penalty rule so maybe I can avoid being seduced away from my print books by the ease of audio. Here is how you do this, is you go through your Libby app or your Hoopla app and you star all of the books, the audiobooks that you have print books for. And then when you need an audiobook, that's what you go to, and you don't stray from that list like some people do. That's why when we're wanting to know what to do if I'm having an episode like Rose, I know I'm having an episode way before you ever will. Yep, exactly. I had that happen with I ate a cinnamon roll that I didn't realize was going to have butter in it. And like, I realized so quickly that, oh, this is not going to be good for me. And I put it back in the box. I was like, there it goes. But I was with a friend who hadn't been with me at all in my life and I was like, yeah, we just got to stop and get some Benadryl. And Thor was freaking out. Like, I was like, it's fine. It's fine. But like, I don't know, you figure that stuff out. Real weird. Okay. No worries. He's a very smart doctor. He just has really bad ADHD and we are too much alike. Us together all week is not a good idea, which is why we only work together once a week. Oh, God. Oh, I got nothing with Dave Ramsey in high school. Back then I thought I could save my way to being a millionaire until age 19 when I needed life-saving medical care and will now be in debt forever. God, that's so annoying. That's just, I hate our medical system. I hate our economy. It's fine. Lexi says, except this week where they put the three of us put us together 3 times. So we'll see how this goes. We're both very sarcastic and get sassy with each other. Oh boy. Thoughts and prayers, Lexi. Thoughts and prayers, and where do you want me to send the Red Bull to? Oh, and now Kitty is on my desk taking each pin out of the holders and mugs to scatter them on the floor. There's lots of things that no one can say they give up easily. Oh, God. I'm allergic to a bunch of things, including makes things interesting. Oh, that. I've heard of that before. You're not the first person I've heard say that they are allergic to Benadryl. In fact, I had a point where I couldn't take the regular Benadryl. I had to get special caplets because I'm also allergic to red dye.
Wow.
So that was fun. But, I mean, anybody can be allergic to anything. Like, you'll hear something like, that's a really weird thing to be allergic to. It's like, but it's still possible. So that doesn't surprise me, and it's not the first time I've heard of that, actually. So it was Nicole, even Nicole and Coda. It is said that it is not for young audiences. When I first decided to do meds for ADHD as an adult, I went to a physician so he could write me a script. I was on an HMO. When the doctor walked in, he saw me reading and said, there's no way you're ADHD. No ADHD person I've ever worked with has ever concentrated long enough to read. I'm a scientist. I know this. Shut the fuck up, dude.
What?
Needless to say, I rose a big stink, so he relented and wrote the prescription. I found another doctor and never went back to him. I mean, yeah. There are a lot of people out there that don't know what they're talking about. Like, hyperfocus is one of the things that's a symptom, my dude. We were up super Divas last night. It was interesting. Definitely not safe for work. Ohio, please. Oh, you like drink Celsius. Okay. Yeah, a psychiatrist confirmed my diagnosis a month prior to this visit with the physician, but our healthcare system is so backwards that my HMO required a physician's referral. So an HMO is going to require a physician's referral, regardless of what insurance you're on, because that's how HMOs are set up. They're supposed to be the gatekeepers. So you can use an HMO effectively, but it really comes down to having a good primary care doctor. So, same, I'm allergic to red dye and Triptyline, they gave me head spread diet, so I had to request my doctor write on the medication not to give me the red ones. Jiminy Christmas. Yes. He was still reading papers from 1987 or something. The dude that wrote those papers would highly disagree with him. Like, I know some of the people that he's been, like, he would be using as a source. So I'm lucky enough not to be allergic to any meds. I just get really bad normal side effects. I was on lithium for a few months. It gave me tremors, messed up my liver and thyroid, and it made me surgery. Ooh, that's hard. Yeah. Lithium is one of the ones that, like, is super helpful for some people, like and then just so many side effects for other people.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating that we live in a country that is like, oh, well, the fact that it's really dangerous for the majority of people means that we have to make it really hard for the people that this actually works really well for. So, anyways, yeah, that's okay. Let's do, it's 11:10. I think let's do, because I was planning on going to midnight. So let's do like do we say a 40-minute sprint? And then we'll wrap up and we'll call it.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll add that. We'll go here, and 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back. When we get through all the credits. I read some pages. Yeah. Let's see. How many did I read? Oh, I had to slow this one down to like 1.5 instead of 1.75, and it's driving me nuts, but trying to speed it up, I just can't follow it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been like that since I first, so 26 pages that time. I'm almost done.
Are you
20
gonna
pages away, just about. Oh, what about y'all?
Are you gonna stay up and finish it?
I will probably stay up and finish it. I also finished the rough draft of the vlog that I'm doing. Which there's a very funny quote from it. I'm very excited. I can't tell you the quote. It has to do with the relationships in one of the books. But anyways, it might give it away for people. Some of the people in the chat may realize what book it is. Anyways, how did y'all do?
Good. I have less than an hour of the audiobook left.
Nice.
So I'm in the thick of everything. But I'm very sleepy, so I will probably just wait and finish it tomorrow morning because I don't think I'll comprehend it if I do it now.
I feel like this would just be one big blur of sound.
Yes.
I get that. How did you do, Nell?
I ate dinner, and I got 10%, the first 10% of Out There Screaming.
Nice. Not bad. We love to see it. How are you feeling about it? Is it any good or?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I've talked about this so many times on my channel. I do not understand N.K. Jemisin's writing. I feel like anytime I read this author's work, I don't know what she's talking about. It's like she's talking in riddles or in code, and I am not ready to be able to decode these messages that she's sending. And so the first story in this book is a story written by N.K. Jemisin. So I didn't understand that. But I'm on the next story. And so far I am understanding this one. So I'm curious to see where it goes. So far, like they got to this house. It's like a brother and sister duo. Kind of like The Conjuring. It's kind of like how that couple is, except it's a brother and sister. So they can see monsters and they can like do things like get rid of monsters or something. So they got called to this house that's like in Dallas or like right outside of like Fort Worth. And so they just got to the house and they ate, well, the brother ate the food. And now he's so sleepy. So he like goes to bed. And then she goes out into the cornfield and is like trying to explore. And there's like this creepy little kid. So yeah, it's interesting.
At night?
Where it's gonna go. Yeah, it's at night and it's storming.
He is. I don't live where there was corn anywhere near me, but I know you don't go into the cornfields at night.
My mom tells this story of like they used to live in a really rural area and there was a cornfield like across the street from their house, and my dad was in the hospital, like he had surgery, nothing major, but she had to like go home by herself and like turn her back to the cornfield to go back to their house, and she always talks about how she like ran to the house because it creeped her out so badly.
Anybody could be in there.
Yeah.
Anybody could be in there.
Yeah.
Like, I can see going out if it's you and a bunch of, like, a group of people. That's also how a horror movie starts. But I could see doing that. But if it's just you alone, and this is not somewhere that you're familiar with, like, this isn't your home, like, you could just get lost and be out all night. Like, anyways, yes. So Neva sprints were early, like, they were almost 24 hours ago at this point, because it's 12 a.m. Saturday that she does her sprints. Jamie got 10 job applications submitted today. Very good. Fingers crossed for those interviews. Beautiful. Gemstone Jasper, cats finally got their dinner and are no longer interested in me. Danielle finished their book. Very nice. Brianna made it to page 197. Oh, Jamie was also reading the last 15 minutes. Got another 8 pages of the violin conspiracy. The fact that we're saying violin and conspiracy at the same time now has me very interested in what this book is about. Like, what is this book? I'm going to have to look it up. Let's see. Purple Dragonfly says, I'm new to audiobooks, which is why it's taking me so long. I have trouble processing audio, so I go between 1 and 1.35, depending on the narrator. This one is 1.35, but it's still slow. My brother doesn't do them above 1.2. And if he has his way, it's at 1 time speed. And like I'm on the opposite end. If it's too slow for me, I have a hard time processing and paying attention to it. I guess it's more paying attention to it than processing it. Like actually being able to stay engaged with it. My mind starts to wander. But that's entirely because I've realized that like certain things, I need them to be, I pay attention better if it's talking speed, you know, versus when you're doing a performance or you're doing an audiobook, you are going to be much more intentional and specific in the cadence and all of that stuff. So there's a little, it's slowed down a lot. But everyone processes audiobooks differently. And like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to listen to them at 1 time speed. Just like I don't think there's anything wrong with needing to listen to them at 1.75 or 2 times speed, depending on the narrator. So it's just whatever helps you get through the book. So what was it? They had a whole discussion on Twitter last year about like, oh my God, people who listen at 2 times speed can't possibly be paying attention. I was like, that's how I pay attention, bro. Anyways, Kay got to 68%, and I have about 178 pages left, I think. Do we not have a physical? Assuming we don't have a physical copy of the book. Jamie B got to 75% in my audiobook. MC is creepily nice. Obsessed ex-boyfriend. Only 1 death so far. Well, that's not enough deaths. You should have so many more deaths at 75%. You said 75%. You should have more than 1 death at this point. Not homicide, but I'm just waiting for him to really snap.
I was thinking about that when you were talking about like don't go into the cornfield. I remember Neva like talking about these stories about how she lived like near one or like next to one or across from one or something. And I was like, Neva would understand this.
Do not go in the cornfields at night. No, absolutely not. I grew up around a lot of cornfields, and that's a big no. Like, it's just, like, even if you're not, like, worried about creepy crawly things, it's a safety issue. It's like you shouldn't be in the forest at night.
Mm-hmm. What was that movie called? There's, like, a Netflix movie about, I forget what it's about, but it's, like, this couple who is, like, on a road trip trying to go somewhere, and, like, their car breaks down. And then they end up like going into the cornfield, and there's like a cult or something in the cornfield. It was really weird. It came out like in 2020 maybe or 2021. Mm-hmm. It was a very weird movie.
Why would you go into the cornfield? Why would you not just follow the road?
Yeah, I don't remember why I think they heard people like screaming or something. They ran in there to like try to help them, and then obviously there was no one there when they got in there, and then they ended up getting lost. It was a whole thing.
Nope.
No. Listen, I am more used to people somewhere I can call 911 than running into a cornfield to help them. So, anyways, Jamie B says Patricia Highsmith is very good at building and sustaining suspense. Very nice. Hello, Kiwi. You're still here. I'm not reading Melting into the Couch. Oh, that's funny. Rope Crewman is 70% through a book I will not mention and 10% through The Last Unicorn. Gemstone Jasper, Midwesterner here. Corn, wheat, and soy fields everywhere. Grew up with one right outside my house. The ultimate measure of trust is if you would go into a tall crop field alone with them. Natalie showed up. I was literally just telling people that they needed to go watch your Haunting Adeline video that you just put up, I think today. Was it today? Time is fake. It technically was yesterday at this point. But anyways, fantastic. I think I've seen some of your thoughts about it, so I'm very excited to see like the whole thing. But binging 5-Star Exchange. Interesting.
Aww. It's so sweet. I hope you're enjoying it.
Okay. Call Me Squishy. I made it to chapter 18 a little over halfway. I'm still loving it. Things are getting more intense. We like intense. Purple Dragonfly. I visualize everything and draw things out in detail in my head. For whatever reason, I don't draw well from audio. I read physically faster than that. Oh, interesting. I want to learn how to process audio so I can multitask. I think a good way to start is to just, do you listen to any podcasts? Because similar to audiobooks, those are meant to be listened to rather than watched. But they're also like, if you tune out quite often, it's not detrimental to your enjoyment. So that might be something that you can do at least to get yourself used to listening and doing something with your hands. The other thing is to do YouTube videos, like when you multitask. That's when I get most of my YouTube videos done, is when I'm actually working.
Mm-hmm.
So, and sometimes it's about finding what works for you. Like I've had audiobooks I've had to be like, oh, this isn't an audiobook for me. N.K. Jemisin is one of them. I had to put the 5th season down. I was like, I have been listening to this for 2 hours and I'm only 30 minutes in because I keep having to rewind.
Yep.
And so I had to physically pick the book up and read it. And it wasn't until I was like 50 to 100 pages into the book that I was like, oh, one of these points of view is in second person. I was so engrossed in trying to figure out things. Let's see. Kay Simmons says the chapters in the audiobook and the ebook don't line up, and on Goodreads and Storygraph, the page count is different too, so there may be extra stuff.
Interesting.
It may depend on the version.
Yeah.
My mother lived in the cornfield on her property. Like I had to walk next to it in order to get into the cars. Nope. I just like anything could be hiding in there.
Yeah, I knew that she was
in the tall grass or something.
Yes, that is what it is.
Yeah, I can see playing in a cornfield when it's bright daylight outside. Can see that. Oh, In the Tall Grass, I think is the movie.
Yeah.
Potentially. Or Jamie says, was it one of the many iterations of children?
No, I think it was In the Tall Grass. That title sounds familiar. I think that's what it was called.
Like, no, thank you. And I'm not easily weirded out. Reading when I know who this is. Neva says it's based on the Stephen King and Joe Hill story. I read it in 2022. Let me find the name. They hear a little boy screaming for help. It's a brother and sister on a road. A trip. Sister is pregnant.
Yeah.
Jean got
a book. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. 2% have sold a keep, so total of 24% for Jean. You are welcome. Yeah, it's called In the Tall Grass. Very scary.
Yeah, it was weird.
Children of the Corn was also written by Stephen King. I find the dramatized audio easier. The sound effects translate well to the mental pictures, but I'm getting better than I was when I started. NPR podcasts might work really well for you then, because a lot of them like to put sound effects and like ambient noise and things like that in as they go. I know Planet Money does that. I don't listen to a lot of NPR podcasts, but Planet Money does that. And I believe, what the fuck is the name of the podcast? I just know it's the one that broke my heart because one of the hosts left. So hold on. Nope. Also no. Oh, Code Switch. Code Switch also does that to some extent. Oh, you're welcome, Rote Crewman. You're probably gone. You are welcome. Thank you for joining. We're happy to have you. Neva says, yes, they find a cult and there's a lot of trigger warnings. I would expect that to be the thing for most of Stephen King's books. K-Simon says, good night to Jean. The original Children of the Corn was outside my hometown. People went to school. I went to school with were creepy extras. Ooh, that's creepy. All right. Was filmed. Yeah, I figured that out. We figured that out when you started talking about creepy extras. Real quick, before we go, both of y'all are linked down below in the description box, obviously. I did get that done at the beginning of the sprint. But do you have anything you want to plug on your channel before we go? No?
I didn't put anything.
It doesn't have to be a recent video. It can just be a video you're like, hey, go watch this.
What did I put out this week? Nell, do you have anything while I think?
The 5-Star Exchange dropped today. So if you guys have not watched, this is season 2. Because I started calling them seasons because there's like multiple videos in the playlist from a bunch of different YouTubers. So this is season 2, dropped today. So go check that out.
Very nice.
Awesome. Nice. And this week I put out my what is my TBR in review video.
Okay.
Which, if you've ever wondered what that series is on my channel and you want an explanation, that's a good place to start. So, because I'm kicking it off for 2024. So.
Very nice. Oh, yeah, Neva's not feeling very well. Thanks for keeping me company while I was incapacitated. You guys are welcome for the sprints. I just put up my worst books of 2023. I almost said 2022, but 2023. Some of the books on there may have surprised me. Probably don't surprise you because you've seen them in vlogs. So anyways, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. Children of the Corn is literally the scariest horror movie. And then I also have my secret project vlog that I've been talking about since August and driving some of my friends crazy with will be going up on Monday, probably. Or Tuesday, but probably Monday. So if you guys want to keep an eye out for that. Thank you guys for joining me. Again, Julie and Nell are linked down in the description box, so please go check out their channels, see if they are to your tastes. And I will see y'all later when we will talk about more wordy nerd things. Bye!